Good morning, traders. Today is Wednesday, April 27th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. All right, well, today I've decided if we can get above 80 likes before the end of the first hour, I will stay and hang out all day with you guys here on YouTube. And I'm excited for it, so please smash that like button right away. Give the pirate a thumbs up. Now, I may have picked the worst possible day to do that because there's a very real chance we might just be looking at a rotational day today. And so I want to start with just making the argument for why I think the highest probability is just rotation. And then we'll look at the other sort of potential outcomes. So looking here at the daily, the first thing that sort of pops out at me is this previous balance area that the market was in back in March. When we re-entered that balance area, we then traded to the opposite end. But in the overnight, we found support at that lower end of balance and pulled back up. So that just tells me that we may need to spend a few days bouncing around in this balance area once again before we break lower or higher from there. So that's just one data point to consider, right? We also had a poor low that we had left behind. And once that was repaired in the overnight, it brought in buyers for a rotation back up. So that is interesting to me as well. And then there's just the argument of balance and excess, right? This big move to the downside is a lot of excess to the downside. So it would make sense that we might need to spend a day balancing off that excess. Okay, so I just think we may have set ourselves up here with this big of a move down back into the lower ends of a previous balance area. We may be setting ourselves up for balance. So then let's open up the market profile chart. And what are we looking at here? So the way I'm looking at today, value was overlapping to lower again yesterday, and we did have a spike down. So that is a sign that the momentum is continuing in the market. We are opening inside the spike, which is bearish, okay? So that tells me that the momentum probably isn't quite over yet, but we are opening inside the previous day's range, so I'm expecting chop early in the morning. I'm expecting the market to grind up and down. So I'm basically looking at this level here, 41.9350 as potential resistance to the upside. As you can see, that was the resistance in the overnight. Okay, so I'm looking for resistance there, and then I'm looking for support right around yesterday's low, where this big node of volume traded from the overnight. So I'm basically assuming that for the first half an hour of the day today, we might just grind up and down between them. Any break above this node of volume here or below this one, I would look for continuation further down, but only to test the overnight high or the overnight low. Once we get there, we may just look above and pull back into range, and then we would get that sort of rotational day that's likely to rotate inside the overnight range. And only really if we got above the overnight high, came back down and found support, would I look for continuation higher, or if we got below the overnight low and couldn't find support. So if we pushed all the way down here, got below there, came back up, couldn't find or got resistance, I would look for continuation to the downside. Anything inside of this overnight range just feels like we're setting ourselves up for a sideways rotational type of day. So there's still going to be a lot of volatility, lots of chance to make money, but I just don't feel like the market needs to make a big move today. It might just need to digest the moves it's been making. I would describe it as more bearish than bullish, certainly, because of that downtrend and because we opened inside the spike. But I just don't know how much downside continuation beyond this poor reference at 41.52 we could really expect. So that is the target to the downside. It's not officially repaired if they hit it in the overnight, but that is where they came in the overnight. So that could be a good target to the downside. But whether we get anything more, I'm just not sure. And of course, because of the downtrend and the bearish momentum, I would not be looking for a long in here, like I said, unless we got and stayed above that overnight high. The momentum is still to the downside, so the better plays will likely be shorting rather than going long. Got 46 likes so far. If we can get to 80, you got me all day. Even if it's a boring rotational day, we'll just hang out and be bored together. So smash that thumbs up if you have not yet. And then pour yourself a cup of coffee and sit back for the chop. Good morning, Scooball. David Glass in the house. Nor Auto Trader, good to see you. S&P Attic. I still always forget you guys are here for the first hour. Bro, you're missing out. You could be hanging out every day. Andrew, morning all. Down here from Oz. G'day. T-Bay, good morning to you. Caffeine, good morning. Hustler forever in the house, good to see you. OM, good morning to you. All right, so we're getting some resistance right in this same area where the overnight found their resistance. Looking for chop. How do you know it's resistance, Charles? Well, I'm just watching how the volume is getting thinner and thinner as we work our way higher. And the ticks are getting pushed back down below that zero line, or they were a second ago. So that's just a sign that the sellers are hitting us. Again, looking for resistance at 41.93.50. For support to the downside, it's going to be right about at the opening price, 41.79.25. If that breaks down here towards yesterday's low, somewhere around 41.68. Buyers are holding for the moment. Let's jump over and take a look at the NQ. Okay, same thing for the NQ, right? We've got the trend down that's happening. We got the spike down at the end of the day yesterday, the rotational overnight market, and then we opened inside the spike. So I would actually kind of describe the NQ the same way I would the ES. They're not going to get me long unless they can get above that overnight high, come back down and find some support. Then I would look for continuation. Otherwise, I assume chop. Okay, yeah, so I'd get really bearish on the NQ if they break like 12,940. That's sort of the last area I would look for, essentially pretending that like that's the overnight low. So if we do get chop and they come down, if they dip below there and pull back up, no problem. We can just rotate around. But if they dip below there, come back up and find resistance, I'm looking for continuation lower. Otherwise, rotation. Back to the ES. David V, good morning to you. Rev, greetings. Eldora, good morning. Dean in the house, good to see you. Seven Mile Reach. I just opened up all my Google accounts and hit like. Well, thank you. Love it. Jack, good morning to you. Boss Man, good to see you. J Trader in the house. Welcome, welcome. John is here. Good morning. Sanju, good to see you. MW in the house. Buenos dias, Piercy. Good to see you. Okay, once again, pushing up into that resistance. If we break the high at 94, we're probably going to push up towards 42.05-ish, looking for resistance there. But make no mistake, this is still chop. Design now, pour some coffee, and have a little chat with Pappy. Philip, good morning to you. Arthur, welcome. Good to see you. Okay, so now as we push our way through the base of that spike, it's a tiny little bit bullish that we did that, just a tiny little bit. So now the question is, does resistance, this area that we just had to fight to get through, does it now become support? Let's see what happens when we push back into it. Joclo, even with the overnight going through the base of the spike, it could still be considered a point during the regular trading hours. 100%. Yeah. Any reference that's made in the regular trading hours has to be, broken or repaired or act as support or resistance or whatever in the regular trading hours. You can use the overnight as kind of like a clue, like an insight as to what's going on. But if a thing's like, so for example, the poor low, they went through the poor low, but that's still a magnet. It's still pulling on the regular trading hours until we push through it. Okay, so we're getting some short covering here. This is going to need to pull back down. We've got very, very thin volume that needs to be backfilled. So I wouldn't FOMO into a long here. As I've said over and over again, the only long is above the overnight high that finds support. The support is the buy, not the FOMO, because this thing can turn around and chop right back down real quick. Man, more short covering. They're going to get a lot of FOMO traders long here and then eat their lunch. Or I guess eat their breakfast. This is such a perfect example of how valuable market profile can be. If all you're looking at are these candlesticks, man, you're feeling FOMO right now. You're like, oh my God, it's so bullish. I got to get long. But we see how thin the volume is here. We see the structure. We know that we're pushing right into major resistance. And we have all this thin volume that needs to be backfilled. So we're going to wait for support before we think about getting long. All right, so now that they've pushed their way above that overnight high, this might be that that support on a retest. I don't think so. I think we still need to pull down here, but could be. This is further increasing the odds in my mind. We're setting ourselves up for a rotational day. Market shouldn't get itself too long too fast, or it gets hurt. OM coming to us from Barcelona. Good to have you. Boss man from Florida. There you go. Phoenix, salutations to you. Nilesh from Mumbai. Dude, we got the whole world here. I got the whole world in my chat. I got the whole wide world making bets. They're feeling FOMO to go long, but they know better than that. I got the whole world in my chat. All right, they are building support at a higher price. But it is the weak hands of those FOMO traders. That was technically pushing above the overnight high and coming back down and finding support, but it still doesn't interest me as a buy. Not with this tempo like this. Nilesh, I like your words chop, which is what we get 80% of the time in markets nowadays. Well, it's any time the market opens inside the previous day's range, you almost always get chop. But this is not chop. This was a straight move in one direction. I just think it's short covering in FOMO, which means it's going to come right back down any minute now. And there's going to be a lot of frustrated longs out there. Okay, so first potential support to the downside is this node of volume right here, which was resistant where we're getting support right now. If that breaks, it's 42.02, the halfback. Although I have a pretty good feeling if we come back to the halfback, we're going to need to backfill this low volume node at 41.9750, which has been begging to get backfilled since we passed through it. And we will look for support around 91. So support. Greg H., good to see you. Hi. 7 Mile Reach says he's bullish on 80 likes. We're at 73. Are there 7 people out there that haven't pushed that thumbs up yet? Take one for the team. I know it's not easy. You got to grab that mouse. You got to slide it over, click a button. Andrew, so what would be the entry criteria then? Or do you wait for the breakouts? Well, it depends how you trade, right? If you're a scalper, you could take little trades, with the momentum. But yeah, for me, it's like to get long, I have to know what the market is doing. So I would have needed to see either the market fail, like right now, if it pulls back down, it failed to get above the overnight high. So that would be a good short to me, back down to the next support, or find support and then look for continuation to the upside. There's also, like I said, when you work your way down to the lower end of the day, I'd be happy to be short to try to repair this poor low, but I'm not going to be short below that because I think we'll probably find support and chop. So it's kind of like, take it as you see it. How do you trade? Are you a scalper? Do you sit in a trade all day? Do you like to put an order in the books? So if you like to buy support, you might just put an order in right here and just wait and see if the market gets back down there and find support. You could try it at halfback, although that seems less likely to work out today because of the thin volume in here. There's lots of options for trades. The question is, what is the market doing? And right now, it's just covering shorts and bringing in FOMO buyers. Although as I'm speaking, I'm liking this support if they can hold it. That support breaking, though, increases the odds. We're heading down here to backfill. Can they hold it? So far, they're holding it. All right, that support is holding. They are bringing in new buyers. So now if they can get back above the overnight high, the target becomes the week references up at 42.30. Okay, pulling the value area right up to the high of the day slightly increases the odds. We need some more excess up there, meaning another push higher. Well, there you go. The buyers did it. They pushed above the overnight high. They came back down. They found support. That is bullish to head up towards 42.30. Looking to repair those weak references. Let's jump over and take a look at the NQ. NQ also currently finding support at that overnight high. Also pulled its value area to, well, now it's completely engulfing yesterday's value. So that's kind of a no signal. But if we spend some time up here, we should pull the value area to overlapping to higher, which is a little bit bullish. So the bulls are trying. Trying to squeeze those bears. Trying to hurt them. So I will remain bullish as long as we remain above this node right here around 42.14. Of course, if that breaks, I'm looking for the backfill back down. But if they can hold it once again here, we should head up to test those higher weak references. Nope, it's like, Charles, what are you doing, bro? You was too early. We said chop. All right. Just like that. I guess they were just short-term traders. So next support is halfback, 42.0250, and then the node down at 41.91. Okay, further increasing the odds in my mind of rotation. Getting a maxpain.exe play first thing in the morning. They're just squeezing short-term traders here, and they're likely to do it back and forth both directions. Okay, that's the backfill of that low volume node. Looking for support around 91. John Wakefield, good morning to you. Nilesh, is the day low of today weak or poor? No, today's low is fine. It's got only one contract. That's a bit weak, but no, it's good. So as far as if you're wondering, do I go long or short here? The truth is, I wouldn't take a trade here. This is chop. They're just chewing traders up. So you could wait for good support where you would expect support, but finding it in a random place like this, you don't trust that. You don't trust that. Scooball, Pirate Traders resistance at the single prince at yesterday's B period. Oh, will we get resistance there? Yeah, for sure, at the base of the single prints. But now we might not get up there. We may just stay stuck in the A period for a little bit. This is what happens when the market gets itself too long, too fast. All those traders who FOMO'd in when they saw that big pump, and they even got me at the very end with that retest of this node. So right now they're just picking people's pockets. The market has not picked a direction. If we do find support in this node from this morning, the target would be to head up and then test this one up here. And then probably spend the rest of the day doing nothing. Nah, we'll wait and see. Design knob, the queue is violating everyone. Sounds like another day in the office for the old NQ. Oh boy. Okay, so lots of support from the overnight range here near the lows. Can't give you an exact level. But they want to keep the market above that, like, 950 area. Breaking below that would be very bearish for further downside continuation. No support at all on that node for the ES. John, this day's chop made me switch from coffee to tea. Yeah, it's vicious out there, man. They ain't playing no games today. They're just going to take your money. Oh, I wonder if that sudden shift is because of this news headline. The West has driven Ukraine towards a war with Russia. Yeah, it's the West's fault. Good call, Putin. It's not you. It's them. Nilesh, another question I need to ask. As per Jim Dalton, are the buyers or sellers doing a good job? Of course not. No, nobody's doing a good job right now, except for the maxpain.exe algorithm. Right now, this is just complete uncertainty. And it's turning bearish on us. Earlier, we had the value area pushed all the way up against the high of the day. It's now back to being overlapping to lower on both the ES and the NQ. Pushing down below the lows. We are now, the initial balance is now to the downside. And we are pushing into the last supports they have. So for the ES, if we break 41.63, we're looking to go down to that poor low at 41.52. And if we break, 950-ish on the NQ, just monitor for continuation down. It would get very, very bearish. Element Prism, this bear market is depressing? No, don't think about it like that. First off, if the market's going up or down as a day trader, doesn't matter because you can make money on both sides of it. And as an investor, this is like awesome, right? There's opportunities. Opportunities you haven't had for years and years and years are starting to present themselves. Once in a decade type of opportunities. Now, nobody can call the low, but at some point the market will make a low, and that will be a great day to be an investor. All right, testing yesterday's low. That is bearish. So we're now looking for resistance as we push back up. Man, y'all are coming too quick with the chat today. I can't keep up. Money Kiddo, what are we looking at? This is called a market profile chart of the ES, the S&P 500 futures. And it's basically the same thing as the candlesticks. It just shows you the information in 3 dimensions. So you can see how much time and volume is trading at each price. And right now I'm getting bearish. Oops. It's also feeling to me, I'll just keep repeating it, it's feeling to me like it's going to be a rotational day. the way we keep getting this super thin volume on every move we make, they're just whipsawing people. Is my volume back? Can you hear me now? Yeah, it's my cable. Got to get a new cable. I went I went silent at 10:17. Oh no! All that time without me. My analysis remains the same. It's chop until they, break one of these highs or lows, get support and continue. I think it's just going to rotate. Danielle says, we might be rotational, but I would not buy calls. Wait for it to go back up and buy puts. Yeah, I mean, I don't trade options like that. I think the way to do rotation would be like a straddle of some kind, right? Get you one of those butterflies. But honestly, don't take options advice from me. I don't get it. Why are there letters? Okay, yeah, the market's just chopping around anyway. Let's take a second to talk about the profile. Yeah, so the letters are just what, I have chosen to use as the representation on here. You can use anything you want. Some people use little squares or little circles or whatever. For me, the letters make it easier than just so if you look at these like candlesticks, you see it's just like a random regular candlestick. With the letters, it just makes it very easy for me to differentiate the different time periods. So I know the A period is the first half an hour of the day, the B is the second, the C is the third, and so on and so forth. So if I look back at like a previous day, it's very easy to see, okay, we found support in the L period. And I know that's the last hour of the day and so on and so forth, right? So that's why using the letters, it just simplifies recognizing which of the 30 minutes time periods we're referring to. But essentially, like, what this is showing you is how much time and volume is trading at each level. So don't look at today because we're only, an hour into the day. It's not a good example. But look at like yesterday. So we could see, let me just zoom out here a little bit. So if you were trading candlesticks, the letters as they're stretched out now would be all you would see. The market started up here and it closed down here. But because we have, volume and time at each level, we can see that really it spent most of its time and volume right around here in the middle. So this morning, we could assume that that would be a magnet for price and that it would act as resistance. It ended up faking me out because I thought it was becoming support for continuation higher, but then it broke through. So it was actually, this whole thing was just resistance, which makes sense, right? Same place. We ran out of buyers yesterday. We ran out of buyers today. So if you're looking right here at the intraday chart, so this one is for today, right here. Okay. And then this one's last night, the one that's in like the light blue colors. That's the overnight from last night. And this one's yesterday over here. On today's, I have two profiles right next to each other. The one on the left is collapsed, so it looks like this. It shows the different areas where the market spent the most time. And the one over here is expanded out so you can see each time period by itself. The volume profile that you see on the left side, this represents the full day. And the volume profile that you see in the middle just represents the current 30 minutes. Again, right now, it seems weird because we're only an hour into the day. But that'll become much clearer to read as we move throughout the day. This screen that you see right here that I click back to sometimes, this is called the internals. You got the breadth of the market, the advancers versus decliners, and then the ticks for both the Nasdaq and the NYSE. The Nasdaq and the NYSE. And over here, this is just the regular 15-minute candlesticks for the SPX and the NDX. The reason I use the SPX and the NDX is they only include regular trading hours. And this little white line that you see, that is the 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. And for some reason, the 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles, if you only include regular trading hours, there's like an algorithm or something that's programmed. It very, very commonly acts as support or resistance intraday. Didn't today because we're rotational, and that's rotational. You pass through it over and over again. But oftentimes when you're trending, it works as support or resistance. Look at yesterday as an example of that. Push through it, resistance. Next time we tested it, resistance. Courtman, any tips on avoiding entering tunnel vision when you enter a trade? It feels like a pilot who stops checking the gauges. Yeah, I mean, you have to think in probabilities, that's what works for me. So that is to say, you never think for sure the market's going to do so. Okay, well, let me just take a second to say, we're about to start one time framing lower, which would be bearish. And if we break this support at 63, I'm looking to repair the poor low at 52. Okay. So things are getting bearish on us here. The market is now one time framing lower. And I will explain that in just a moment. Man, so much to teach so quick. Okay, so once again, the target is 41.5250. Don't know how much further the market will go. There could very well be support just below there. So we got the single prints that we left behind here in the B period. That increases the odds that we will push back up to backfill those single prints. The single print is where there's just a B by itself. But then once we get up to the base of those single prints where they started, right here at 41.77, the higher probability is that we will get resistance there for continuation lower. Oops. But anyway, back to your question about tunnel vision. Yeah, so the trick is you have to always think in probabilities when you're looking at the market. So you have to always say to yourself, in any situation, there's three things that can happen. The market can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. So you have to always have an idea in your mind. If it's going to do each of those, what would it look like? What would the market do if it was going to go up, down, or sideways? If it was going to go down, it would have broken this low right here. If it was going to go up, it would have backfilled those single prints to go up to there, right? So the fact that it didn't backfill those single prints tells me the odds are higher that it's going to go lower. So you just constantly have these probabilities in your mind of, I think it could do this, I think it could do that. And then what that does is it alleviates so what your brain doesn't want to do is be wrong. Your brain does not like to be wrong. So it will fight against being wrong because it knows that that will cause you pain. So if you have multiple ideas of what you think the market could do, you can't be wrong, right? If the market goes up and it backfills the single prints and you get resistance, you were right. If it goes down and repairs the poor low, you were right. In both cases, you were right. And so because of that, your brain is more open to seeing that happen. To recognizing, oh, wait, this isn't happening like I thought, so the opposite must be happening. And that really, really helps to alleviate that sort of need for things to work out exactly the way you think and kind of stops you from getting as much tunnel vision. But it's, I would think, impossible to completely avoid. I mean, it happens to everybody. Once you're in a trade and you have a bias, it's hard to to recognize when you're wrong. And that's why you just use stops, right? Before you enter the trade, you decide, where am I wrong? So for example, if I got short on this break and I thought, if we get back up into the single prints, I'm wrong, I would have put my stop right there. And then if my stop gets filled, so what? Right? No big deal. You use a stop as a way to protect you from staying in a trade where you've got that tunnel vision. For those of you that don't know what one time framing lower means, so the first hour of the day, we call that the initial balance. Breaking that in one direction or another increases the odds we'll get continuation in there. So we often see that as the beginning of a trend in that direction. We know that trend is over when one of those half an hour periods, one of those TPOs, gets above the previous. So in this case, it's a bit weird because the previous high is like all the way at the high of the day. And obviously, if we rotate it all the way back up there, we would not be trending. We'd be rotational. But when we print the D period, we'll be able to use the C period high as a signal that the downtrend is over. Right now, I would say since the B period high is so far away, you could pretty much consider the base of that those single prints down. If we push back up through those, we're likely to get another push higher. But there should be resistance waiting there. Man, this market just, my brain is like already tired. It's like, bro, slow down for a second. Chill out for a minute. Greg H., what is the typical range for the initial balance? I can tell you the 10-day average is 150. That's ticks. But it kind of just, the volatility of the initial balance is often based on the volatility of the overall market at the time. So you'll have bigger initial balances when it's more volatile and smaller when it's less. Okay, so we're getting some resistance right there at the base of those single prints, which are now weak and in need of repair. All right, this to me is a no trade zone here, as we are now completely uncertain what the market is doing. May have to wait 12 more minutes to get the official rotational signal, and then we can start selling above the POC and buying below. But right now, it could still be a trend down, or it could be rotation. And I can make an equal argument for both. So I am in wait and see mode. Harry, about 2 years. Little less, I guess. 1.75 years. I'm this many. Dean, I'm going to crack open an Orange Crush and sit a minute. Uh, yeah, I still feel like both markets could be setting themselves up for a trend lower, but they feel like they're just going to rotate to me. But with the B period high being so far away, we just won't know till the C period prints. I'm sorry, the D period prints. But it smells like rotation. Bossman, yeah, no, I took typical retail trader. I tried it all. I spent years and years bouncing around from one strategy and indicator to the next. And it wasn't, I wouldn't say it's market profile specifically that was sort of the final thing that kind of helped me break through. It was really the two-way auction process. It was learning to understand what the market is doing. It makes me realize now that when I look back at those years that I used to spend trading, it was like I was just guessing. It was like it was all just guessing all the time. Oh, look, the RSI says it's overbought. The MACD, it's got this going. I've got this on, we're below VWAP. We're this, we're that. And it's like I would just list off all these different things that I'm looking at and then just go, okay, I should be long, and then get long. But I really had no clue what was actually happening at that moment in the market. So that was the big game changer for me, was learning to understand who are the participants that are trading, what are they trying to do, and how good of a job are they doing of it. Because then what happens is once you can wrap your mind around that, or like in a moment right now, I can't wrap my mind around it. I don't know if we're trending lower or rotating, so I won't take a trade. But once you can wrap your mind around what's happening, the trades come to you. It's not like you need a specific setup where you do this exact thing every time a certain way. I never made money doing that. I only made money when I learned to just wait for the trade to come to me. So for example, if we print a D period here in like 14 minutes and the D period pops above the C, right? And then the market continues higher and all of a sudden it's getting resistance, my brain will just go ding, ding, ding. There's a short. You're getting resistance above the POC on rotation, go short, put your stop above the next node. Boom, boom, boom. Like the trades just pop into my head. I don't have to like have a specific setup or a specific thing that I look for. I just have to have an understanding of what the market is doing and an understanding of where I'll be wrong. If it's, you know, if my idea is wrong, where do I get out? And then that's where I put my stop. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go back to neutral because this is not how a trend day lower would trade. We still haven't gotten the official rotational signal, but I do declare I believe we're going to have a sideways day today. And a lot of chop. And so if you're wondering, this is actually a great example. So what just changed my mind from going from, you know, being completely uncertain whether it was rotational or trending? Because we got above the halfback and the POC. And as soon as I saw that happen, my brain just went, nope, this is not how you trend lower. And so I went, we're probably rotational. It just pops into my brain. The Shah says 90% stays rotational. If not, I walk the plank. All right. Fair enough. You're in the bet now. Andrew, yeah, I learned from Jim Dalton and Peter Resnicek. Rocket, the only true indicator is the EMA, the Elon Musk average. Boy, that's a tough indicator to read. Can you imagine if you'd have, the day he posted that tweet where he said, should I sell some of my stock or whatever? If you remember that, that was literally the high on Tesla. Can you imagine if you were just like, all right, Elon, sell. I got the signal. It would have been such a beautiful trade. All right, so with rotation, the way I look at the market is this little green line that you see right here, that's called the point of control. That's just the place where the market has spent the most time throughout the day today. You can see yesterday's point of control was up here, overnight's was down here, Okay. So I look at that point of control and I assume that that's going to act like a magnet. And all day long, the buyers are going to try to push away from that magnet, and then they're going to get pulled back down to it. And then the sellers are going to try to push away, and they're going to get pulled back up to it. And the market will just keep rotating like that, coming back to that point of control over and over again. And it may go up and down again. It may do one quick dip. It may do a bunch. But that point of control is where it'll keep coming back to, as that is what we would consider during rotation to be the fairest price to do business. So what does that mean, fairest price to do business? It means people who are buying above it are overpaying, and people who are selling below it are selling for less than it's worth. And so eventually the market will figure out they're wrong and bring it back. As soon as we get the D period above the C, I will start looking for rotational trades. Hair 173 says we crossed the halfback, but sitting right on the 618 fib. So I think the battle might still be going until the D period prints above. That's totally fair. I've talked many times on this channel about how when I choose my instincts over the market-generated information, I generally am wrong. So the market-generated information that we would be rotational would be getting that D above the C. And if you want to wait for that, I fully support that decision. Skewball, donkey trade in play in 8 minutes. That is true. When we print that D period, if you wanted to get short right at the high of the C period with a stop 2 ticks above it, or I guess in this case a point above it since I'm in 2 tick increments, if you wanted to get in right there, that is a potential trade for a continuation of the trend lower. And if you're wrong and we do go rotational, you only lose a point. So you're risking 1 point to potentially make, 20, 30, 40 points. If that sort of risk reward interests you. Thank you, Dean. Yes, everyone, please smash that thumbs up. I sure would appreciate it. Got ourselves to 96. Surely we can do 125. Neutral on the market, bullish on the likes. Scott, have I only always ever traded minis? No, I've traded it all. Again, I started with cryptocurrencies in like 2017, and from there I just tried everything. I tried Forex, I tried commodities, I tried individual stocks, I tried low caps, I tried like all sorts of different things. And I made the mistake that most traders make, which is like try some, find some guy on YouTube or whatever who claims that his thing is great and it'll make me all this money, $5,000 a day, whatever stupid marketing they do. And I'd learn his system. I'd buy his book. I'd take his course. I'd, pay for his indicator, whatever, use it for 2 months, have no success, and then move on to another one and another one and another one. And then when I took, Jim Dalton was just another one of those along the line. But when I took the course with him, he was the first teacher who ever talked about the way the brain works and the way you develop complex skills is you have to put in the time. It takes practice to become good at a thing. And so he said, if you're going to trade with profile, get rid of everything else. Stop looking at every other indicator and just master the profile. And so I did that. Slowly but surely, I peeled off less and less of the other stuff I was looking at. Got rid of Ikamudu, got rid of VWAP, got rid of, MACD and RSI. Got, just slowly but surely, I just peeled back the things I'm looking at. And then I just spent like 6 months only looking at the profile. All day, every day on the ES, just stared at the profile. And I just learned how it moves. And then I brought in the internals. And, that really gave me a really strong understanding of what the market is doing. And, of course, the whole time I was live streaming just for fun, just, to not be alone because it was the lockdowns and stuff. And people were like, hey, man, what you're saying makes sense. Will you teach me it? And one thing led to another. All right, so I do think we're rotational, but there is a donkey trade here. So if you wanted to short right at that C period high with your tick a point above the C period high at 42.50, you could take that trade for a potential short. But my guess is we're going to get cessation. And there's cessation. All right, so the market is officially rotational. That is no longer my opinion. It is confirmed by the market-generated information. So I am now happy to look for rotational trades. That is resistance above the POC to short back down and support below to buy for a rotation back up. Once we get cessation of one time framing, once we get the end of the trend, the highest probability is that the market will just bounce around and stay below the A period high and above the C period low. And so my assumption is that it will just keep coming back to the POC unless it's able to get above the high and come back down and find support, or get below the low and come back up and find resistance. If not, that point of control will become your best friend. And I'm further made confident because it's right next to the point of control from the overnight. That is what you would see when a market needs to just spend a day balancing off the excess to the downside. You'd expect to see a POC right next to a previous POC. So the market is rotational. It's also worth noting on rotational days, the best opportunities are generally above or below this blue box, which is called the value area. That's where 70% of the day's trade has taken place. So if you can wait to short it when you're above there, you have better odds of being successful than if you try to short it inside that blue box where it'll just bounce and bounce and bounce and bounce. But the best rotational trades are often very scary because it feels like the market's trying to break out to the upside. That's the best trades. So it can be a little scary to short up here, but it is the best opportunities based on probability. Will, do you find the internals to be as helpful? I do find the internals to be helpful, although the internals are really hard to teach because they're very, very tricky. And there's literally no way to learn to read the internals other than just screen time, than just watching them move for months and months and months and seeing what they do and how they act. They can be very tricky, but once you kind of get the hang of it, there's a lot of insights from those. Okay, so here's the first return to that point of control. So like I said, we pushed above, came back to it. Once you get back to it, the market can go either way. It can go down lower or it can go back up again. It's kind of like you reset the auction process. Greg H., it's a good question. When the volume POC is quite a ways away from the time POC, does that cause you to lean more towards one side? Yeah, in rotation, I'm always focused on the time point of control, not the volume point of control. Because what ends up happening is, so the way that we think about it is price advertises, time regulates, volume measures. So time gives you the signal first that this is the fairest price. And then if by the end of the day, the volume POC will probably be right near it. That just confirms that that was the fairest price. But it might take all day of grinding up and down and up and down and up and down to build that big volume in the center. That gives us that nice bell-shaped curve. So you really want to stay focused on the time point of control for rotation. Back to the POC again. Market's going nowhere. My friend's gonna chop us up all day. Sorry, I can't say that name. Badrul. Welcome. Happy to have you. Can I speak about the pivot and how it relates to the POC? I cannot. I assume you mean the pivot point. I don't trade with pivot points, but generally the point of control does line up with other indicators. It'll be where the VWAP is, or a pivot point or something like that. That's just sort of how markets work themselves out. Everybody looks at one particular thing, and then so the market keeps coming back to that thing. But to keep it simple, for the sake of market profile theory, it's just the place where the market is spending the most time. Hey, Trading Donkey is here. No problem. I'll tell you, I'd love to buy some support down there around 74. But I got to see the support first. Dave, what are the odds of breaking the initial balance high today, having already broken the initial balance low? It's less. The odds are much less that we break the high than the low. But with the volatility that we have, it's certainly not impossible. Stay focused on the fact that the highest probability is that we will continue to return to the point of control. Only if we get above the A period high or below the C period low do we really even worry about a breakout. Because if you're worrying about a breakout as the market is trading down here, or vice versa on the upside, you're missing the very best rotational trades. If this thing comes down here and it finds support and you're not seeing support because you're so focused on like we're going to break the low, you will miss an opportunity to make a huge trade with very little risk. So I have found I always have more success in rotation if I just constantly remind myself the market is still rotational until it successfully breaks out, so that I don't miss those opportunities. $7 Mile Reach. Glad to hear it, brother. Okay, back to the POC. The two-way auction starts again. They can push it up or down. Cortman, now that I joined, do I get an eye patch or something? You don't. Not for me, but I'd love to see it if you got an eye patch and took a picture of yourself. I'd put that on the Discord. Is the private group in YouTube also? Yeah. It's basically the same as this. You just click a link that you can only access through the private group. Yes, sir, Nilesh. I'll be here all day. It's probably going to be a very boring day. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We're likely to just keep grinding up and down like this. So feel free to ask any questions, because I don't think it's going to be super exciting. I think it's going to take a lot of patience to wait for the good opportunities, and they're going to be super scary, and then they're going to work out beautifully. But some patience will be key. Rocket patch. Swag, baby. Have I used Market Profile to trade stocks? I have not personally, but you can. You can use Market Profile to trade any financial market. Any financial market on earth is always just a two-way auction process. So you can use the Market Profile for anything. The nice thing about using Market Profile for ES is that the person who I learned from, Jim Dalton, has been using it for 30 years. So he's cracked the code on a bunch of things that make it easier to read. So for example, excess, knowing that 2 ticks, 2 of the little letters, is excess, which means the end of an auction. That's really, really helpful. And that's not necessarily the case on any one particular individual stock. Every company you look at might have, everything trades a little differently. So you have to figure out for yourself what is balance and excess, what are the patterns that this particular stock usually has. But yeah, you could use it for anything. Greg H., don't get me started. This will turn into a therapy session. It's rough out there. That's all I'll say. It's not for the weak of heart. Jim Dalton changed the name of weak hand traders to level 1 traders and OTF traders to level 2. Yeah, no, I mean I haven't listened to Jim in a long time, so I don't know what terms he's using now. Nilesh, what if any potential trader got stuck up at higher prices? What are the odds that the prices trade higher in May month? Tricky question. Obviously, it depends where you got in, and what your time frame is. Is it like a long-term investment that you're going to hold for months at a time? Or was it supposed to be like a quick swing trade? If it was supposed to be a swing trade, I would say, as painful as it might be, exit at a loss, because you don't know. We're just re-entering a previous balance area, right? Over the last couple days. So let me just move this over. I'll just delete those. So we push down. Let me get back to the ES. We got this balance right here. The last time we did two-sided trade in here and we fought it out, the buyers won and took us higher. And now that we're re-entering, we're likely to play that game again. We're likely to spend some time bouncing around in here. So the question will become, are we going to break out to the upside again or break lower? And you just can't know. it could go either way. So, if I had gotten into a swing trade up here, man, that would be an intense loss. But I would just accept my loss and then try to make, if we do break out to the upside, instead of staying in the trade and waiting for it to come back, I just go long on the breakout, right? So let me just redraw this as it's getting messy. So say we have a rotation, market pushes up, breaks out, comes back down, finds support. I would just buy that again and then make my money on the way back up, like make back my losses. But I wouldn't want to stay in the long down here because it could continue to break lower. And then I've just got more pain. So better to get out of the trade, accept the loss, clear my mind, and look for the next opportunity rather than just kind of hoping that this is going to turn around. Because right now you just don't know. Badra, yeah, if you're a member of the brigade, there is an archive of all the old full days. But really, the best thing to do, this is not me making a sales pitch, I'm just being genuine with you, would be to take the e-course. I know $100 seems like a lot of money to spend, but you'll get all the information you could get from spending, hours and hours and hours of your life digging through old live streams. You can get it in a very potent, like bite-sized, easily digestible way in the e-course. I built it specifically to be that, so that people didn't have to watch me talk about these things for months and months at a time. They could just watch a 4-hour course, as many times as they need to watch it for it to sink in. So that's really what I would recommend. And of course, there's a link for that in the description. Rocket, you're sticking with us. Are you going to be okay today? Are you going to be able to handle this all day? Rocket, yeah, I hit my last scalp on the NQ, just watching with the profile up. Fair enough, man. Do I use John Carter's rule of exiting trades? Nope, never heard of it. There's really only three ways I exit a trade. One, my stop gets filled. Two, my take profit gets filled. Or I'm trailing a stop and the trailing stop gets filled. That's the only thing that gets me out of a trade. Rocket going to Vegas. Enjoy, man. Put 20 bucks on black for me. Cortman, if long, he exits when ticks hit positive 1,000 and the opposite for shorts. Yeah, that would be good if you're like a scalper, like a short-term trader, because that is often the sign that the market is overbought or oversold, but only necessarily for quick little bounces. But yeah, I don't hate that idea. All right, market's beginning to gain some momentum to the upside. So it looks like we're going to try to test this resistance up at 42.14 before heading back to the POC. Boss man, is that the POC and midline for regular trading hours? Yeah. I mean, it's just a coincidence it happens to be halfback as well. But yeah, both right there. So as we work our way up to the opposite end of the rotational range, we always ask ourselves, is it going to break out to the upside or is it going to rotate back down to the POC? One indication that we have is what's happening with the ticks as we work our way up here. So if the ticks are trending higher and above the zero line as we're working our way up to the opposite end, or up to the upper end, that gives us a slight indication that we could potentially break out to the upside. Okay. Now the higher probability is still that we will rotate back to the POC. And as I've mentioned, the best rotational trades up in here often feel very scary. It feels like the market is going to break out and then it just doesn't. And before you know it, you're back at the POC. But just as one piece of data to take into account how much risk you're willing to accept, there is potential for a breakout to the upside as long as they keep these ticks trending higher and above the zero line. I personally don't believe that's what's going to happen, but there is risk of it, as this is what you would see beforehand if it did happen. But just imagine this much potential reward. How much how much risk are you willing to take to accept that potential reward? Daniel, the blue box is moving up, so when do I take the put? Like I said, it's about trying to time it exactly is going to be tough, right? It's about accepting the risk. It's about saying the highest probability thing is that somewhere in here we're going to find resistance and push back down to there. So how much am I willing to risk to trade that probability? And then that's what you got to figure out. Donkey saying he likes a long, so he's looking for that breakout to the upside. Hope you got a tight stop buying above the POC. On rotation, that is what we consider overpaying. You just joined the group for the singing and comedy? Well, I'll do my best to oblige. Take pain, take pain, take pain. That's right. This is the way. All right, well, those ticks are still pumping, so it looks like they're heading up to test the next resistance up at 42.21. Daniel, how long does it take for the POC to change? It's just basically wherever it spends the most time. So the easiest way is just to see how many letters are overlapping each other. So like down here, there's 4 letters overlapping each other. So if the E period were to pull down to where the C period high is, there'd be 5 letters. So probably it would move up a little bit. But it's just wherever it spent the most time. It's hard to guess. That's what the software is for. It just shows you. And for the record, if it did, so if you're short from up here and the market pulls down and then suddenly the POC pops up, yes, there's still a pretty good chance it's going to keep going to where the POC was, but I still just go ahead and take profits there because sometimes the POC pops up and then the two-way auction starts again, right back up. And so you got to just don't be greedy. Take your profits when you get to the fairest price. I have found that is the best way to do it. And if you miss out on a couple points, no big deal. There'll be another trade along shortly. Avzal, first time here. Welcome. Happy to have you. What software are you using on the right? It looks like Thinkorswim. Yeah, that's Thinkorswim. And this one here on the left is called Window Trader. Doggy, I don't know why anybody would pay for Window Trader when you can do your own market profile on graph paper for free. It's a great point. Although I feel like you'd be really focused on the graph paper and not so much on your trades. All right, so as the NQ works its way back down to the POC, the two-way auction starts again. It's starting to develop a little bit of a bell-shaped curve here. Would expect to spend a little more time grinding up in here. Bring some more pink volume. Bulls are still trying to hold up those ticks on the ES. Look for a big red tick. That gets us that pull back to the POC. There it is. Badra, very excited to be joining the community. Well, we're very excited to have you. Let me know what you think of the e-course. Tony K, good morning. Bit late to the party, Tony. Sleeping in, brother? All right, so as we predicted, they did pull the POC higher here. We're probably still heading down towards 41.92, but it's safer to take profits on a short here, just in case they find support and turn it around. Or take, partial profits and then hold a runner. Because even if they move that point of control, once we get back to it, the auction could go either way from there. As the market remains rotational. Chocolate to the POC is like magic. It's not, though. It's easy to understand, right? Essentially, what's happening on a rotational day? What is the market doing? It just means half the participants think it's going to go up and half think it's going to go down. So they're just betting against each other. The buyers are going to push it as high as they can push it until they run out. Then the sellers are going to push it as far as they can push it until they run out, and so on and so forth. That's what's happening. And so when you think about it like that, it makes sense that the market would keep coming back to the fairest price to do business. So it seems like magic, but it really is just basic human nature. People like to be safe, and the POC is a safe place to do business. Which is why often once it gets there, that's when the two-way auction starts again, because now somebody feels confident buying and trying to push it back up again, or vice versa. But yes, it's very convenient. KWS, do you trail your stop down as it rotates back down to the POC? And if so, what's your process? Yes, I often do, particularly on days with this kind of range. I trail it. And there's no process. Just make sure you're done with your support, right? You're not like still grinding in there. And then just kind of every time it pops lower, move your stop a little bit. Pops lower, move your stop a little bit. And if you get stopped out, who cares? You'll get another chance to get in. But yeah, I do like to do trailing stops when the range is this large. Just helps me with my psychology a little bit. Makes me feel better every time I move it. Guaranteed to make that much money or whatever. trading, Donkey. The one true POC is still above. What is it, 1,500 contracts? We could put in 1,500 contracts down here, bro. I suppose you could see a magnetic effect with the fact that it perfectly lines up with yesterday's point of control. Great minds think alike, Donkey. You typed what I was saying as I said it. All right, Daniel. Good for you, brother. We'll see you next time. Donkey, all right. I think it's time we debate TPOC versus VPOC. We've had this debate so many times. So many times. And I've used my eyeballs. I've tested my theory. I've questioned it. I still believe during rotation, the time point of control is superior. And that's just because time comes first. So it's like the market spends all this time grinding around here, and then by the end of the day, we've brought in the most volume there. It's like time is telling you where the volume POC will be at the end of the day, ahead of time. So that is my thesis, and I will not be talked out of it. JTrader, am I in a trade now? No, I was. Okay, so as we're starting to work our way up, once again, those ticks are starting to trend higher. They're above the zero line. We're kind of starting to one time frame with price. So still the higher probability is resistance and a rotation back to the POC. But I'd be much more cautious. I'd want to wait for certainty of that resistance. Unless the second I say that, those ticks crap the bed. Back to the POC. Cyrus, hope I didn't miss anything. Didn't miss the whole thing? You didn't. We've only begun to rotate up and down all day. The market needs to balance 'cause we've had 4 days of selling before this. Don't worry, Greg. He's just kidding. Donkey just likes to stir the pot. I know he looks at the time POC and the VPOC. Well, we got 115 people here, and it's kind of a boring stream because we're just kind of watching the market grind. So if you guys have any questions for me, there is no question that is too simple. Go ahead and ask. Happy to help. All right, let's take a look at the Q. Yeah, the Q looks even more rotational than the ES. I know they're kind of moving in sync, but the Q's looking gorgeous for resistance above the POC. I mean, above value. So you're looking at 13,190s as potential resistance, and then 13,220s as potential resistance. And you got a nice big wide POC at 13,095. And you're creating that bell-shaped curve with both time and volume. And that is just a further, confirmation of rotation, that the market is just picking each other's pockets. So yeah, I like some shorts above the value area. Pavel, what's your favorite song? I don't know if I have a favorite song. That's an interesting question. Favorite song? Probably, what is it called from Bob Dylan? Siberian Blues or something like that. Where he's like, Johnny's in the basement, mixing up the medicine. I'm on the pavement, thinking about the government. A man in a trench coat. I love that song. J Trader, I absolutely did. Lest people get the wrong idea about me. Coach, explain once again what gave the indication of bouncing back and forth from the POC. So the market is generally always in one of two modes. And this is happening whether it's on a 1 minute scale or a 1 hour scale or a daily or a yearly or whatever. The market is always either trending, meaning it's working its way a certain direction, either up or down, or it is rotational, which means it's just kind of going up and down and bouncing around within a certain range. So the way we know intraday whether or not we are trending or we are rotating is we watch the highs or lows of each TPO. So as long as we keep making lower highs, as we did here, we assume we're trending lower. But as soon as one of those TPOs, which today was when the D period got right here, as soon as one of those TPOs gets 2 ticks above the previous, we know we are no longer trending and we have now gone rotational. So we can just look at today as a great example of that. From the moment that that D got 2 ticks above the C. What has the market done? It's literally just gone up and down and up and down, right? We went rotational the minute we got that signal, and that's very, very common, very high probability. Another thing that people will ask is like, so getting the D above the C causes the market to go rotational? It's actually kind of the opposite. The market has already decided the trend is over. It's just that's our signal to confirm it to us. So it's not the cause, the cessation doesn't cause the rotation. The rotation happens, cessation is the signal. Oh, subterranean homesick blues. That's what it is. Yeah. Nilesh, can you explain the term excess again? Yeah. So excess, imagine the way, and I'm so sorry for people that have heard me use this example 1,000 times. I'm gonna do the art auction example. If you've heard it before, please feel free to mute your microphone. So imagine the way an art auction works, right? When the auctioneer starts the auction, there's lots and lots of hands that go up. He's like, do I hear $1,000? And like 5 hands go up, or let's say 10 hands go up. Then he goes, do I have 1,100? Do I have 1,200? Do I have 1,300? The higher and higher that he pushes the price of that auction, the fewer and fewer people that are still willing to bid. So maybe there were 10 people bidding down here, but by the time we get up to the top, it might just be 2 people going back and forth bidding, right? And then eventually one of those 2 gives up, and then a person wins the auction and they get the painting. So the market is doing a 2-way auction. So it's like as soon as that happens, they bring out another painting and they start the auction the other direction. So what excess is the signal to us that that auction is over, that we're done. That's all the people that are going to do business up here. So in volume, what we look for is what we call taper as a sign of excess. So this is taper right here. You can see we've got, well, that's not great taper, but you can see we've got fewer and fewer contracts as we go higher. 5,000 here, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, and then it's over. So that's a sign of excess in terms of volume. And then for for time, we like to see at least 2 letters, at least 2 TPOs. That is a sign that we've spent enough time up here. If anybody else wanted to do business, they had their chance. So now we're good. We can go the other way. And so that's why that is the signal. I'm sorry, not time, price. Jesus, I'm losing my mind here. In terms of price, the price is pushed up as high as it needs to and now can go the other way. So that's just how we see that, that same measurement of 2 ticks as cessation. Sorry, I made that confusing. My brain's getting tired. And can I say that the SPX is 1 time framing lower on the daily time frame? It's a great question. Let's take a look. So yes, 100%. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So the market is trending lower on the daily, but at some point it's going to do this. At some point it's going to balance. It's going to go rotational on the daily. And my guess is today might be the first of those days. We may be, putting in a low to test over and over again. That's just a guess, though. We're only in day one. We are still one time framing. Do I have multiple Fibonacci's on here? What is going on? Okay, so as we work our way up above value, we know the highest probability trade will be shorting resistance up here for a rotation back down to the POC. Scott. Sorry, you were explaining the auction. I missed it. No problem. Let me do it again. OM, no problem, brother. I appreciate you staying up for it. All right, well, we got tempo picking up. So that's got my spidey senses thinking, somebody's doing something. Could they be trying to break out the market to the upside? Sure looks like it. So once again, as I mentioned earlier this morning, I don't even think about a long trade unless we get above that A period high, come back down and find support and start to bring in some volume up there. Otherwise, the higher probability still remains that we poke above and then pull right back down. So I got to see the new buyers that want to do business above the A period high to get me long. Otherwise, short is still the better direction. Oh, and in case anybody didn't know, Facebook reports earnings today. Gonzalo, can market profile be used to identify support and resistance on any stock besides ES? Yep, absolutely. All the same things would apply. The halfback would be exactly the same on anything you're trading. Large volume nodes would be exactly the same on anything you're trading. Watching the taper of volume and the excess of price would be exactly the same on anything. So yeah, 100%. Recognizing what is the value area, which is the blue box, right, where 70% of the day's trade is, would be just as valuable on any asset. 100%. And there are, if you look on Twitter, there's tons of profile traders that trade individual stocks. Okay, we still have good excess on the high. The market remains rotational. But they do have the ticks trending higher and above the zero line. So if they can hold it, they can break out. If not, POC. Nilesh, it's a great question. I am right now in 2-tick increments, which means each letter represents 2 ticks. And that's just because of how volatile the market has been. Normally, I do 1-tick increments. I don't have like an exact science to when I switch or whatever. But pretty much it's like I'll switch to 2-tick, and if all the signals still work out, if cessation of one time framing still works out, if good excess on a higher low still works out, then I just stay in 2-tick. Donkey under 20 VIX. Yeah, that's probably about right. All right, so they're breaking it out to the upside. Can they bring in new buyers up here? Or do we pull back down into the range? They've got the ticks. So once again, all the boxes we need to check off to be able to break out. To bring this rotation to an end, we got to push above the A and come back down, find support, bring in some volume above the A period high, and we need to keep those ticks above the 0 line. Any of those three things does not happen, and we're still likely to pull back down to the POC. Particularly with a weak reference in need of repair. Gonzalo, do you offer mentorship into learning market profile? I am new to options trading and feel like market profile can really help me in the long run. Yeah, I mean, you can join the brigade, which just costs $10 a month, and then you can listen to me talk about it just like this. This is what the brigade is, basically just me rambling off my thoughts all day. You can listen to that. I also have the e-course. You can sign up for that, and it's got all the education. But I will just note, learning to trade options and learning to read a market are two separate skill sets. So the market profile itself won't help you with options trading, but it will just help you with understanding what the market is doing. And then you can choose your options trades accordingly. G period creating a poor high. Okay, it's repaired. So now's where we're looking for that support at the A period high and some volume to step in. The Shah seems like I'm going to end up walking the plank after all. No, man, you were right. It never rotates forever. It always breaks out eventually. So you were right to call rotation. Besides, it still hasn't successfully broken out. We got to get that support. All right, so looking for the buyers to defend here. The difference between a poor high and a weak high is when the high of the day is at like a previous reference. So like, let's just say hypothetically, this was like something important from yesterday, this was yesterday's high or whatever, then it would be weak because it came to exactly that same level. But if the H period comes up and the H period stops exactly at the G period or within one tick of the G period, that would be poor. And the differentiation between the two is a weak reference is just kind of like a little magnet pulling at price, whereas a poor reference first is a push away. It's kind of the opposite of a magnet. It like forces the market away from it, but then it's an even higher probability that it comes back to repair it. All right, well, those ticks are pulling back below the zero line. That is a sign of a failed breakout. So I'm looking for a rotation back down to the POC. All right, maybe I stand corrected. They wicked me. Trading Donkey, oh my God, Charles, they're going to kick you in the gooch. Support can really be anywhere above value without invalidating the breakout. Yes. Not in my experience. In my experience, if they want to take the market higher, generally they get excited the minute they get above whatever was the high, at the time. And when you pull back in the range, that increases the odds that it's going to head to the POC. That is how I have observed it over time. Also, look at that taper. Good excess, good taper. Right into previous resistance. If we keep hanging out up here, though, you might turn your volume POC into a time POC. Oh, not quite. McStoxer, is the blue shaded in on Charles's screen the value area determined by time or volume? It's time. It's based on the TPOs. And the TPOs are taking time and price into account, not just time. Don't ask me how it's calculated. The software does the work. All right. Do they have the juice to get some volume up there this time around? Still getting that taper. Still losing buyers the higher they go. Jeff P. Charles, haven't been here for a bit. Did you upgrade your software to Dalton's version? Yeah, if it's been a while since you've been here, yeah, I upgraded to the full version of the software. S&P. How do they get the caramel in the caramel bar? All right, we're getting some short covering as they try to break out once again. So next resistance to the upside is 42.41. It's not a long trade I'd be interested in unless they came back down and I could buy support. As you're getting paper thin volume up there, just short covering. Oh, sorry, maybe the translation. No, we got the joke. But it's not true. I'm not keeping it a secret. I really just can't explain it. People always ask me, well, how does it calculate the value area based on TP? I was like, I don't know, man. All right, so round two, can they bring in support here at the A period high, 42.2750? Can they turn a candle pink? That's a big no, sir. Nilesh, can we say that yesterday's sell-off was an emotional sell-off at the bottom of the hill, as described by Jim Dalton? On a very short-term basis, yes. Right? This goes back to what I was talking about looking at the daily, the balance area, right? The market doesn't go straight down forever. Excess leads to balance. At some point, it's got to rotate. So it's not bullish yet. It's just balancing. And we got to wait and see what happens when we break out of the balance. We're just in day one, in my opinion, we're just in day one of something like this. But it's worth noting there is still a poor low at the lows. That wasn't repaired by the overnight. Down there at 41.52. So that's a perfect reason for us to eventually make a high and then turn around and head to the opposite end of balance. Doesn't have to happen today by any means, but just looking forward. Scott, no, the Nasdaq is still rotating. It has not broken out yet. Technically, neither is the ES, really. Not by my definition, although it's very close. If that pink candle were just a few ticks higher, I'd say successful breakout. But not quite yet. And it's the taper that's catching my eye, right? That every time they try to push up, they have fewer and fewer people willing to go long. That's what happens in rotation. You push it as high as you can, and then when you can't get any higher, you go back to the fairest price. So I would describe this market as trying to break out, but not doing a very good job of it. Yep, NQ still rotational. Nilesh, how much percentage of total technical analysis traders may be using market profile for trading decisions in the USA? I have no idea. Not a lot. I would say a majority of people look at candlesticks, but it is growing. Market profile versus technical analysis. Why did you choose market profile? By technical analysis, I assume you mean like candlestick patterns, because market profile is technical, and it's just a different kind. It just works for me, man. You know, I tried that, didn't work. Tried this, it did work. There's something about seeing the market in 3 dimensions that it helps me with my emotions. You know what I mean? Candlesticks like freak me out. Suddenly I think, when I get a big green candlestick, I'm like, oh no, I got to be long, and I get all this FOMO. Whereas looking at it on the market profile, I just don't get that. I'm able to stay calm and wait for the levels that I'm watching, But there's certainly nothing wrong with traditional TA. There's lots of people that make lots of money doing that. Just imagine what all these buyers are going to do if they get squeezed. If we start to pull below this G period low, Man, can you feel that spring is just getting tighter and tighter? They're just pulling that rubber band back more and more. They will either successfully break out on the next attempt or we'll be back at the POC. They're building up momentum. They're cocking that gun. Dave, which data feed do I use? IQ. All right, well, that spring is breaking. What are all these buyers going to do if we get below that G period? They're going to get squeezed. Low is also considered weak because it's exactly at the G period low. Man, tempo really picked up. Someone's doing something. Oh, it's a Fed auction? Yeah, this must be news driven. Oh, 5-year notes? No, I don't know if that would do that. Rocky, are your trades fluid or do you have set take profits? It's like 50-50. Normally I get to my take profit. Sometimes I get stopped out on a trailing stop. Kind of depends. JIT and Facebook earnings leak? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's pissing off the market. It is causing some confusion. So with this tempo moving like this, I don't have a good guess about what's happening. Just got to kind of wait and see how it plays out. As always, I will still see it as rotational unless we can get and stay above that A period high. They got to create support there to get me long. Okay, testing that A period high. Nope. Nilesh, TPO size for the NQ. Yeah, I have like NQ right now at 1 point. So 4 tick increments. All right, I'm going to go make some lunch. I'll be back in a few minutes here. Be polite in the chat. See you in a few. Arthur, so Charles, you are saying we wait until lower to buy? I'm not sure what you're responding to. But no. I said you would wait for confirmation of a breakout to buy. So you would wait for proof that the market can stay above that 8-period high, which obviously it could not. So whenever that happens, the highest probability is always a return to the point of control. So the trade, it was tricky at the moment it was happening, but the trade was actually a rotational trade. Back to the POC. Because they tried multiple times to break out to the upside and they could not get support above the 8-period high. That's why I keep those, the way I think about it, very, very simple. Don't have to overthink it. I'm not getting long unless I see the support above the previous high. Speaking of the POC, though, if we keep dancing around up here, we will pull it higher soon, I'm sure. We've spent a lot of time up here. Of course, NQ got all the way back to the POC. Still working on that gorgeous bell-shaped curve. They should need to spend some more time up in here, up in the 13,160s. As the market remains rotational. Salmon River. Cool YouTube advertisement today. Why does it always advertise trade signal type of people to you? You realize those ads are based on you and what you look at. You trying to go long, donkey? We're below your POC. Yeah, you might get a 20 moving average right here. Could find some support there, both indices. Testing that 20 moving average. Man, these abrupt tempo changes are insane. It's like the third one we've had today. Well, you might get your wish, donkey. The true POC may come meet with your POC if we spend enough time up here. Man, I just really don't trust when the tempo picks up like this. What are they doing? Arthur, how much whiskey? How much whiskey what? It's a strange thing to ask. All the whiskey? All right, the Shah. Have a good evening, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. McStockster, I'll jump onto this pivot point debate, even though I've never used them and don't really know anything about them. The idea is any technical analysis tool that exists, right? Any signal or whatever that exists, it works. It works for someone. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist, right? Somebody had to recognize that the math behind a pivot point works out to be good support or resistance. And then they told their friends, and it worked for their friends, and they told their friends, and so on and so forth. So any thing that exists out there that traders use to measure what a market is doing, it must have worked somewhere for someone at some point in order for it to exist. And so really it just becomes a matter of becoming an expert in that thing and learning how to use that thing. So, VWAP is a completely real usable tool. Ikamudu Cloud is a completely real usable tool. Hakanashi candles versus the regular Japanese candles is a real usable tool. But with any of them, if you're not an expert in understanding how to use it, it might seem like it's completely worthless. So it's kind of like, they have different pivot points. They measure them differently. They both call them pivot points. But if they use them day in and day out and it works for them, then they should keep using them. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. You know what I mean? And they'll eventually figure that out and look for something else. But, yeah, I always find it funny when traders argue over what technical tools work and don't. They all work for someone. It's just if they're not working for you, you don't understand how to use them with the same level of understanding that the people who are successful with them are. There's tons of people that say market profile is complete BS. And I go, if it's complete BS, how does it give me an edge every day? You know? Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, Mixed Toxer. I think the reason he got annoyed though is because he's explained it before in the chat a bunch of times that his are not the traditional ones; they're based on Fibonacci, and so I just think that's why he got annoyed because he's like answered that question before. But Donkey's got a good point. If it annoys you, like there's nothing wrong with just blocking him. You know what I mean? And it's not like a mean thing to do. You're blocking him just to stop yourself from being distracted by it, you know? Design knob. I wish I could block myself sometimes. I'd probably be a better trader if I could. Just like stop listening to Charles. Man, this market is tough for me to read with it moving at this tempo like this. It just feels like you can't trust anything it's doing because I don't understand why it's moving so quickly. But it still feels rotational to me. The potential is, of course, there for a breakout, right? What do we want to see? Ticks trending higher above the zero line. So the potential is there, but it just still feels rotational. You've also got a pretty solid sort of uptrend happening on the regular candlesticks right there on the 15-minute. So that's a little bit bullish to see. But not enough to get me long. No way. Not above the POC at the upper end of value. Thank you, Ronald and Nilesh. Appreciate it. Sorry, Nilesh, you just get the one repeated over and over. Well, there you go. They finally got the POC up here. It took a lot of time. But that is slightly bullish that they were able to move the POC higher. Increasing the odds that the momentum is building to the upside. Man, if there's any NQ traders in the house, today was a beautiful day to trade rotation on the Q. Gorgeous. But I will be looking for them to start to build up momentum and try to break out to the upside if the ES does. Lafta, I have nothing on my chart. No pivots, no fibs, no POC, just naked. Do I offend anyone if I trade naked? I guess nobody really knows unless you tell them or show them. JG, yep, shorts in pre-market. I'm not sure what that means. McStock's. Who's getting emotional now? Levi, so glad to find another trader talking about market profile. Welcome. I love having new profile traders in the community. Rocky, I didn't see the premium naked subscription. That'd probably be a big seller. Be a top dollar item. Jay, you live in Stockholm. Very cool. Big seller. Well, the market really has gone night-night, hasn't it? Completely went to sleep on us. Well, Cortman, if you leave this live stream on long enough, your neighbors will get the wrong idea one way or another. Eventually, I'll say something creepy. It'll happen. So, what is the market doing right now, you wonder? You say to yourself, it's balancing. And it looks like it's balancing, at least for the ES, sort of in almost like a channel. And on the NQ, just kind of across vertical. So we should break out of this balance and get a push either down towards the half back, coming back up, or an attempt to break out, coming back down. But while we're just grinding right around here, it's best to just wait for a better entry, unless you're just taking like a quick scalp. But we should break out of this one way or another pretty soon. Balance within balance. How very zen of us. I would also say, with this concept of balance inside of balance, we got lower highs, higher lows. So whichever direction the J period breaks the I period, we'll probably that'll be a little bit of a pop that way. But I couldn't guess if it's going to break the high or the low just yet. Patience will be required. Nilesh, man, I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thanks, dude. If they do come to me, I'll take great care of them. Lofta, appreciate it, man. Y'all showing some love today. Means a lot. Levi, it's easy to think we'd stick around in this area we spent the most time yesterday. which is lined up with where we're at, but I'm looking at those single prints from yesterday. 100%, yeah. We just keep coming back to that Ferris price from yesterday. And I agree that those single prints need backfilling up there. But they got to get up there and get some support to make the way. Until then, we're stuck in the chop zone. Chop suey. I would also just say all of this, the way that it's trading, again, we still got a couple hours left in the day, so anything could happen. But this does, to me, feel like the beginning of a balance area that we may spend a few days in here, you know? So if we don't find resistance at 42.41 on a breakout, I would expect to find it up at 42.50. But way too early to make that call. We're still rotational. Is the ES balancing on the monthly, weekly time frames? Certainly on the monthly it is. Yeah, I mean, clearly it's balancing on the monthly. And yeah, it's balancing on the weekly. I talked about this a while back, the idea that like all of this here is excess and excess leads to balance. There's two ways to balance off excess. You can either pull back down with price to balance it off, find support and then continue higher, or you can balance it off with time, which is you create excess and then you just go sideways. Obviously too early to make the call, which is happening here, but it's not necessarily bearish at this moment. We could just be balancing sideways on the weekly. Not that that matters to a day trader. All right, looks like the I period low is going to break first. So I would be looking for a push down towards halfback and support there. Maybe even support at 4,200 for rotation back up. Another potential support below for the ES would also be that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles, which has been holding for the NQ on each retest. Donkey, what on earth are you talking about? It's one of the most populated cities in the planet. All right, that weak J low is repaired. I do expect price to follow, so looking for support down here around the halfback for a rotation back up. Come on, market, do something. We're all sitting around waiting for it. Tom D, what are you expecting? Well, I mean, it's rotation, so I'm not expecting much, but I'd like for us to head down and look for support down here around halfback, which I would happily buy for a rotation back up. I could maybe take a short near the J period high if we push up into here and we're getting resistance. But honestly, with the way it's just been grinding and grinding and grinding in this range, that trade doesn't really interest me. So I'm kind of forced to just sit on my hands and wait, which is less than ideal. Brotation, man. It's brotation. Donkey says, I think we spike up. Yeah, I mean, we got those single prints that need to backfill up there. It's possible. At least I have you guys. That's true. Although, to be fair, if I wasn't live streaming right now, I would have stopped trading hours ago. I would have been like, I'm good for the day and walked away. But yes, you guys do definitely make it more entertaining. Scott, the only time I was in a trade was that 13,220 on the Nasdaq going for failed breakout. And all of a sudden, it went crazy. I freaked out, laugh out loud. Was in a ton of profit, then slightly negative in seconds. It was bond auction? Yeah, I don't know what caused that. That was weird. We've had a couple of those today where the market just randomly gets this like really fast tempo and volatility, and it lasted like 15 minutes and then it went away. But I could only speculate as to what it is. I have no idea. All right, Pavel, have a good day. Oh, it really was a fake leak of the Facebook revenue? Juggle. It's ghosts. Ghosts. That makes sense. Levi, it's my pleasure, man. Scott, it was like the Murderbot came out of nowhere. Still closed for profit by the POC, but scared the crap out of me. Yeah, no, it scared me too. It was a lot. J Jared is how a sniper must feel. Was there a lot of volume on that move? Yeah, I mean a decent amount. It was just really the tempo that was the crazy thing in the volatility. Anytime a market is kind of moving at a certain tempo, all right, well, we're finally getting a bit of a pullback here. Um, Anytime the market is moving at like a certain tempo, a certain speed, and it instantly changes and it starts moving really, really fast, like that's a moment to say to yourself, okay, something just changed in the market. What's going on? Let me assess. It is often where there's a great opportunity. But today it was just very confusing. Man, it took getting the ticks all the way below the negative 1,000 level to just get a small pullback in rotation. That's crazy. So definitely looking for support here for rotation back up to the POC. And there it is. I hope you all took your shot. The arrow's been sitting there all day. This market's like, you know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend 2 hours giving you no chances. And then I'm going to give you 10 seconds to take the shot. And once again, when we get back to the point of control, the two-way auction starts over again. Rocky bringing it back. POC. Yeah, you know me. What? Salmon. You can lead them to the plank, but you can't make them walk. If I pull out my sword, I sure can. Okay, there's the repair of the weak K period high. Looking for resistance for rotation back down. Oh man, I missed it. I wasn't even in front of the computer. Well, there's another rotation back to the POC. Starting the two-way auction once again. Lower looking for support or higher looking for resistance. Correct. Yeah, that green line of letters, that is the point of control. So the green ones is where the POC is currently at, and then the yellow ones or orangish ones, that's the where it was at that time period. So you can just also kind of track during the A period, it was down here, B period here, E and F here, so on and so forth. But yeah, where the green letters are is where it currently is. And obviously, you know, now we kind of have a pretty good idea of what the market's doing. It's balancing, right? Where is it spending all its time bringing in all its volume? Right in here. Where did it spend all its time bringing all its volume yesterday? Right here. So it just basically needed a day to cool off. It needed a day to digest this big move lower. And this is what that looks like. Good catch, Jocklo. That is a weak Kalo. Nilesh, one time framing down from the G period. That is true. But I always think of rotation as rotation. There's always going to be little trends within it, but they get reversed at some point. I'm pretty sure we have good, strong support. Now that I've stepped away for a second and I've gotten some perspective, I think we do have good, strong support in here in the overnight. So I do think we're going to find support and head back up to the POC. But we shall see. How many TPOs are needed for a prominent POC? I'd say that's pretty prominent. I don't have an exact figure in mind, but that's a pretty decent sized one. Okay, testing the halfback for support here. Okay, halfback's not holding. Next support at 41.89. $41.90. Die connection. This dump ruined my day. Sorry to hear that. One concept you may consider in the future that might make it a little easier is that if we get below the point of control, you don't want to be short because that's the fairest price to do business. So if you're short below there, you are selling for less than the market's worth. So the buyers have the edge. So if you're looking to long, you want to wait till you have the edge. And if you're looking to short, you want to wait till you have the edge. Getting some new sellers piling on here. Pretty hard. What time is the Facebook earnings? Is it after the close or is it during the session? Die connection, so go long right now. Yeah, I mean, this is the area where you go long. You want to wait until you see the support, so we want to see those ticks. Well, there you go. You want to, you want to see those ticks get back above the negative 1,000 mark. But yeah, the highest probability is if you're buying below the POC and below value. $777 K period. Did we start one time framing lower? Again, I mean, we've had this debate so many times. You can see it as a trend. I don't. Just because then I end up getting screwed when it reverses, which will happen randomly and unexpectedly, and it turns around and heads back up. But yeah, if you'd have, well, I guess you didn't really have a one-time framing trade, but if you'd gotten short on that thesis, you'd still be profitable. It's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say. I see rotation, you see trend. Rotation, trend, rotation, trend. I see rotation, you see trend. I would say for me, in terms of looking to go long, I'm happy to buy anywhere above the opening price. If we start to press back below that, we might be heading down to repair that poor low. So to be a buyer here, they got to hold it above the open for that rotation back up. Oh, bummer. Pulled the POC back down. The true POC. Okay, well, unfortunately, if you got long, you got to take profits there because they could push it back down now, particularly using halfback as resistance. Donkey Kalo's weak on the overnight POC. Yeah, Jim Dalton would consider that weak. I don't. Sellers continuing to pile on here. If anybody's interested, I posted a link to Secretary Blinken testifying to the Senate about the State Department budget. It's not really trade related, but he's talking about Ukraine and stuff if you're interested. Market's still looking for support here. Like I said, any support above the opening price to me is viable for rotation back up. But if they get below that opening price again, they may be heading down to try to repair that poor low. So that's where I'd be out that trade. J Trader, was the wait worth it? What wait? The wait to find support? I'm confused. All right, well, this is the buyer's last chance to defend here. I wouldn't say last chance. They can still find support down here at like 41.80. Design knob where them ticks at? Well, they're having a really hard time getting back above the zero line. There is a little bit of bearish momentum here. And I do suspect sellers will pile on below the open. Speaking of which, that L period low is weak because it's right at the opening price. So it would seem the bears are trying to take control of the market. And getting below the open, they probably will. You'll start to squeeze out some of these buyers. I just realized I messed up that survey. The bottom one should say between 42 or 4168 and 4200, not 4226. Sorry about that. I'll remake it. If you voted, just you have to revote. Sorry, hold on. Design Knob, I wonder if he knows about Facebook earnings today. Oh, he knows. He's well aware. And he don't give a fuck. He gonna do whatever he want to do. Man, this is the second time in a row we've come up and almost gotten to the POC, but failed to. That's a when what should happens doesn't. Particularly with the fact that it's a weak reference in need of repair. The buyers should have been able to get back up there. So if they're not, that's weak. Which is a little bit bearish. All right, so the M period is upon us. We are in the last half an hour of the day. For those of you that are not new to, or for those of you that are new to the channel, we often like to do a little survey in the last half an hour and make a guess where we think the market's going to close. You can find that survey in the chat, and it's completely anonymous. We won't know who voted what. So jump on in there and let us know where you think the market is going to close. We got 89 people hanging out. Only 23 have voted. Come on, surely you've got an opinion. Where would you guess the market is going to close? All right, last chance, guys, on the survey. Anyone going once, going twice? Only 37 people want to make a guess out of 80? Come on, guys. You must surely have an idea where you think the market's going to close. Do you think we're going to get a spike up or a spike down? Do you think we're just going to kind of grind around in here? What do you think? Let us know. Is it trending down? Is it rotational, looking for support? All right, and the results are in. 46% think we're going to close between 168 and 2,000, so pretty much where we currently are. 30% think that we're going to close between 4,200 and 4,226 in the upper end of the range there. 17% see a spike down, and only 7% see a spike up. If you're going to fade the chat, you should be long the market. Actually, technically, you should be short the market if you want to fade the chat, now that I look at it. All right, well, once again, as I mentioned before, not being able to get back to the POC is a little bit bearish. We now have a weak reference below in need of repair, and doing so will get us back below the opening price. So as Jim Dalton would say, all the screens turn red when you pass back below the opening price. So it might bring in some more selling. Next support around 41.73. OM closing below 41.50 would bring in a lot of fear. 100%. JTrader BattleBots. Now the real BattleBot is coming. The real BattleBot's 9 minutes away. All right. The moment is near. The market should fear any direction it can steer. Only Murderbot knows for clear. So for those of you that are new to the channel, in about less than 1 minute, an algorithm is going to kick in and start moving the market. Could push it up, could push it down, could just grind around sideways. We don't know. But it will bring in some volatility and some tempo, and it will rip your face off if you're in a trade on the wrong side. So we call that the Murderbot. There it is. Initial impulse to the downside. All right, Murderbot pushed into some support from the overnight. Can it hold? OM psychological closing above opening. Yeah, I mean, unless we get some crazy spike down here, it's honestly exactly what I said this morning. I'm not trying to say that to be like I told you so, but I did just feel like we needed to spend a day balancing inside this previous balance, and that's what we did. So if we close in here, like right where we are now, it's not as bearish as you would think coming into tomorrow. We can still test that and then turn around and head right back up towards the opposite end. So today really was just a balancing day, as big a range as it had. I will say that wick looks pretty nasty though on the daily. Just looking back at the charts here, there's a big wick like that. There's a big wick like that. Another one. A bunch of them. Donkey saying buy the dip in the 409K. OM, wondering if the end of the market is simply to inflict pain, no mercy. No, I mean, it's not. It's the, what are they called? The people that buy order flow. The people who like front run your trades. It's just them balancing their books at the end of the day. It seems like this evil force of nature, but it's really just they got to rebalance their books. That's all it is. Okay, Murderbot 2.0 coming in here. One 1.0 took us lower. Can 2.0 take us back to the POC? Yeah, this is what we define as a murder not, a murder bot that goes nowhere. Disappointing, too, after such a boring day. I truly did pick the worst day to stay on the public channel all day. But oh well. Got to make some new friends. That was fun. All right. Holy shit. We closed at exactly the opening price? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Wow. To the penny. Exactly at the open. Today was officially a giant nothing burger of a day. Woo! As I've said, as to be expected, the market needed a day to chill out, relax, and absorb some of that excess they created. The market does not often go down in a straight line. It's got to spend a little time just chilling. And that's what it did today. Thank you guys so very much, and I look forward to seeing you here tomorrow morning. Have a great evening. It's also worth noting we still had value lower here today, so that is still a sign of the trend to the downside, somewhat intact. And also we're bringing the fairest price to do business lower, so that's a little bit bearish, but still just see it as a rotational day. All right, guys, see you tomorrow.